Hello. I'm like almost an hour early, and well, the the reason for that is that I might have messed up. I might have I might have made a miscalculation. um I think well, not I think. I know I haven't played episode 0 yet. And then I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess, you know, I'll just play episode 0 and episode 1 together on the same day. And then, out of curiosity, and also, for my own sanity, it was like, well, how long is episode 0 and episode 1? And then I went to online to check, and, well, while the sample size might be a bit small, the consensus does seem to say that episode 1's around 4 hours, and then episode 0 is around 4 hours, episode 1 is around 7 hours. I was like, uh, wow, what a Morgan Monday, am I right? Oh god. So, I'm starting a little bit early just so that it's not ass o'clock, but I do want to try to get through like a decent chunk. Well, I mean, okay, I'll see how long episode 0 really is. If it really is, it does end up being like 4 hours. Maybe this will be just three streams. Then I want to keep them contained into little boxes. Which also means that my VODs are gonna be really long, but that's fine. Okay. That wouldn't be anything new. So, uh, um, yeah. Wow. Oh, the devil. I've been wanting to play this game for so long. Okay, like, Encircle's other games, Model Employee and Martian Line, I've all played. Um, did they make anything else? I might have. There might be more. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't do my research. But like thinking back now, I'm like I should have known because both of their Spooktober games are like 6 hours long, and I walked in here assuming that the whole thing was just it's like yeah, you know, just like the first part is gonna be like 2-3 hours easy. No, I should have known. Like VNDV describes like 6 hour visual novels as short, so truly a miscalculation on my part. Okay. So, um, what else? I have been, um, what do you call it? Extremely intimidated by this game. Mostly because it looks really good. Because it's like, it has their like cyberpunk aesthetic. I think they also had a Model Employee. I forget if Model Employee was like same universe or not. Oh my gosh, it's so long ago. I maybe I hallucinated this talk, but for some reason I remember something mentioning same universe. I don't know. Uh, but it's what is it? Toxic. Oh wait, it's Toxic Yuri version of Ace Attorney set in the cyberpunk world. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna say anymore because I really don't know. I've been trying. I try to be as like empty brained as possible when I open a new game. Um, so, yep. Okay. Literally just woke up. Well, just in time. I might have to. What do you call it? I might have to change locations. I don't know yet. All right. Hooray! Whoa. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and the slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface, while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. 'Cause if I'm not careful, this client of mine is gonna die in jail. Oh my god, it's Morgan! Criminal attorney. You both obey and disobey the law. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent, or neon, or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. There's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at the defense defender work. Oh fuck. You don't balk at the public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. State system. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Holy shit, that's a lot. Present your ID at the door to enter. What are you, some kind of ace criminal attorney? Arrive at least 15 minutes early. Oh. I'll try. Less than 3. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Of the Devil episode 0. Wow. And he shall appear. Disable tutorials. You can turn them back on in settings. I would like to keep them enabled, please. Suspect. Hashtag not found. Sorry. Precinct 254. ... It's a goddamn ghost town. Nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever, if I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Halt, heads up. Press the phone button or tap the phone icon in the top left to access the pause menu where you can save, load, or check settings. Okay. You can toggle on auto advancing text with the auto button or check previous lines with the backlog button. Look around for points of interest you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Awesome. Click everything. Credit is both a... Oh, okay. Thank you. I mean, I was going to keep them enabled anyway. I don't trust myself to figure something out without the tutorials. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. Oh, okay. I thought it was a currency. We don't earn money, so don't go broke. I guess it is a kind of a currency. Okay, king. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are the sound effects loud? Ooh. Hang on. I don't want to mute too much. I want people need to hear this. Okay. Yeah. I think the title screen music was slightly softer. Okay. That seems a bit better. Okay. Whoa. So what else is here? Profiles. Just like real life. Articles. Wow. Yep. No evidence. Wow, look at the phone move. It's so cool. Shut up, she- Okay. Save. Might as well. Oh. Load. Customize phone. Oh my god, what? What? I don't have money, no! Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh wait, hold on. Are these hidden bits? On high roll? Damn. I know there's difficulty levels. Completing all credit remaining is converted to store credit. Oh, is that why? Like, okay, so because I went on like a site to try to figure out how long the game was like estimate, right? And then it was like, oh, it's about like 7 hours-ish if you're doing like just the main story. But then it was like, if you're going completionist, it's like 40 something hours. And I was like, what? Hologram. 3D image formed by light, enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin. Holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a face range of at least 180% degrees. Not percent. I know how to read. Don't doubt me. And I graduated high school, you know? An effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomenon. In late 2059, Watterson's phenomenon was originally used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. Awesome. Holograms did not become widely adopted as an advertising tool until the much-maligned Holoday season of 2061, after which laws restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed with uncharacteristically universal support. We're sorry to see that you've installed a subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized text impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutines so we can serve you a more tailorized browsing experience. No, I'd rather keep my ad blocker on, thank you. Half the length and it's still like 3 hours. 7 hours. Yeah, that's also what I saw. So I might be a little screwed. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, to title, close phone, backlog. Wow. Okay. Anyway, that's enough digging around. Observe. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. Oh, this homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had to witness making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events memory formation is blah 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 blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel, and all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore, not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Oh, your ad blockers hurt spoilers. Hush. The medium's cracked in the corner. Oh wait, I probably should have looked at this last. Oh well. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff. And I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken. Entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications.
This desk is programmed for check-in and information only. If you are experiencing an emergency, please use our universal contact number at
string not found. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons too. 1 year of silver plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus, as a reward for any. Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Read, inspect. Is gold not the top plan? High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. You can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago, they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. A datapad, I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Choose a proper takeaway after reading them, and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Oh, okay. Subway fixes axed. City to Subway fixes axed. City to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded. City engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Oh boy. Okay. Reactions to the announcement could be... Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, in decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Sorry. I guess I'll read this like an evil villain with a cat in their lap. Actually, no. Because if Jet's in my lap, he's just gonna chew my headphone wire. Use the Shibi to bring out the new model? No. Most of us have long given up. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's. Is this Long or Long? I honestly don't know. I'm just gonna call him Long because it's funnier. Long's campaign finance irregularities. Are you just adding Shibi then? As one of the Canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators, for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the Canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels, but momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. Though one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical to the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time for reasons we do not fully understand. Are we to... It appears that you have 03 articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading stories that matter. Okay. Is it not climate change? No, most scientists... It says historically. Okay. Oh wait, hang on. There. Spot the Shibi. Okay, close. Ballsy of them, putting a paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on... the Canopy. Media literate. Oh my god, that's me. I read the thing. There will be increased scrutiny towards the Canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not when Councilman... maybe I should really read this at long. Not when Councilman Lone's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Alright, I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Desk!
Hello.
It booted up fine. So far so good.
Good morning.
Morgan. Is that us? Here for the public defender contract.
Could you please provide your name and... Great! Please stand still for a moment.
I wouldn't call intake hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth?
So far so good, was it? Just, I don't know. Scan my card, don't scan my face, please. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card?
Great! Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me?
Why did I even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem. My birthday's... Oh, my credits! Oh, that's why we showed up as question marks first. Okay. December 26th, after Christmas. 175. Oh, wait. What? Morgan's kind of tall. What the heck? We don't know, which is fine. Blood type AB minus. Criminal offense pony likes puzzle smoking, wooden furniture. Dislikes commercials, hairdressers, jogging. So real. Talent. Can fall asleep in any division. Coffee, decaf. Drink, whiskey sour. What else is here? Oh, the one that we just read, okay. Terms. Oh man, I'll skim this one. Mid-sized portable language for the lightweight portable electric known as data pads. No significant internal storage capacities. Display when it's streamed to the local networks. Oh, it doesn't store data. This is not like an iPad. It's just, I don't know, just a screen. Originally marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers. Because for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. It wasn't until they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that data pens found success in private application, large content, okay. A mainstay of high traffic public areas, remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. Okay, makes sense. Conductive resin. Outlier resembles plastic or glass. Conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary portable devices where its unique properties allow it to act as both a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. There's 100 different patent varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases, and all fairly lightweight. Because of its widespread use of high turnover products such as datapads and smartphones, producers of conductive resin are frequently accused of engineered obsolescence by consumer rights groups, though these claims have never been proven before court. Screen crack schedule fixed here. No, I disabled links. Okay. Anyway, it was December 26th. I do have to search on my birthday. Sometimes you just, you know. Sorry, you can hear everything I'm doing. Okay. December 26th.
Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C.
Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room?
I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards.
Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection duly warped across gunmetal walls.
Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else?
Choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Choices that will take the conversation down side paths before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. Hooray! Why did this repair? What's going on? Why does it look like shit? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower words, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty?
This facility is currently undergoing renovations.
Since when? The 60s?
It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated.
They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they?
I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered.
I'm adaptable. What about you? Are they ever gonna fix that crack?
Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work.
Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you? What are you?
I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I can send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages?
No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask.
Huh?
That'll be all, thank you.
You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right.
Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like.
Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor.
Then what were you doing before I walked in?
You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office.
Through the door to the right, thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. Hello? Oh, there we go. Oh, soundtrack. Oh, I did not know I could go up here and... You should have read that in the tutorial. I know, but I don't like moving my mouse too much. Automated dependent. Abbreviated as AD or ad, and referred to in common conversations ad or ads. Automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids, as are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. Yes. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. Because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs, the term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace, robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation. Okay. Anyway. Faint voice. Eyes gone bad or something. A voice. No. Voices coming from down the hall. Compared to yours, probably. Thank God I saw directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Tired voice. appreciate you worrying about me. Young voice, God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, and at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print all that out? One document, or 100, looks the same on a data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? Oh. No red carpet tonight, officers? Good cop? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't take many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan, Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Was this the same here, counselor? Cassim? London. Dun dun dun. Ball of Sunshine here is my partner, Farah Ray. Farah Rays. Ball of Sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if you're kept waiting. Chatter between the departments have been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight, we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning, and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours. Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only trapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation? Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So, you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it on the public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. Fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. Heartbreak killer. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So, if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm onto some other night owl and go back to bed. Dun, dun, dun. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer? They cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK. HK? Hong Kong? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, their climbs wavering between breaking news and urban legend. their presumed sorry, goals. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from an unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. Leave me alone. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a repeat offender.
Is it the killer part that tipped you off?
You must have you must have at least heard of his MO. Media's gone crazy with it.
Along with everyone else.
One bullet straight through the heart. Body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word article out there, catchiness trumps originality. Also, I probably didn't notice the other ones, but when the, what do you call it? Yeah, it slid across the screen to update to my phone, which is very cool. Okay. So you're the killer, rather Morgan is. No? What? Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100. Okay, yes, I read that. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims are shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload. Oh. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it?
Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that?
It's a whole different beast.
It takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise.
I see. I was gonna say, it sounds inhuman. Maybe not be homophobes. I pulled the homophobic dog meme, but instead it's, what are you? And it will continue. Sounds like a robot to me. You almost made him sound like a machine. Is it possible that...
No, it's not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam.
Of course, my mistake. So, all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky. I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill. They have been for decades. But they don't commit murder. Right. Evil like Heartbreak is all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon?
You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. Where we caught the son of a bitch red-handed.
So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation, with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up?
I was being literal, counselor.
Huh?
Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood.
Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling.
Is that lawyer talk for open and shut?
But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files. And the ARCs, of course. ARCs. join the local net on your phone, and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, Detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I've got you here? Okay, I might as well read it over now then. Okay. Reyes. Farah. October 19th, 162. We have her weight for some reason. Blood type A minus. Homicide detective 3rd class. Rice, limes, automotive history. Dislikes liars, small plates, cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews. Bad at games of chance. Right eye. What? Right eye. Osiris Elite 86. Oh, what? Like a robot eye? London. Cassim, London. May 5th. 186 centimeters. Weight. Blood type B plus. Occupation homicide detective 1st class. Likes photography, dive bars, bangs. Like hair. Dislikes ties, pollens, after hours work messages. Fair. Listens to podcasts, hobbies, pencil sketching. Frequently running late. Heartbreak. Oh wow. Oh no. That's fair. That would occupation criminal. Yes. Likes killing. Dislikes getting caught. Yeah, no shit. Favorite color. Probably red. Zodiac sign. Probably not into astrology. Reward. Suspended due to influx of false reports. Oh my god. Okay. Arcs. Augmented reality crime scene. Oh, okay. Abbreviated as ARCS is an investigative tool in which data harvested by sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities. Municipalities, yes. ARC systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law forms. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. Oh. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as the subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. Oh. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed. So it's literally Little Thief. Augmented reality. So I guess sort of holograms. Little Thief. They're I feel like a lot of detective murder games will use something similar. But yeah. Because I'm also reminded of what Detroit Become Human. They also had like a reconstruct thing. Holophobic. Oh my god. So this is what they meant by your choices have lasting consequences. Okay. But if it's all the same, can I ask you two some questions while I've got you here? The hell kind of attorney oh my god, I can't talk. The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. It's not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Dot dot dot.
Whatever. Let your client stew in interrogation for all night. Let your client stew in interrogation all night for all I care.
You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor.
Yuppie!
Oh my gosh. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy. What with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Read. Latest Noble androids receive warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16. Noble Electronics stock rose to a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble's shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation androids to feature over 50% organic components. Oh boy. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, crashes, business, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that view their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records. With no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 or 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable lifelike, personable charm of their products. And by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still... Hey fam, looks like you're still not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can keep... Okay. Okay. Warm android. I don't really... I'm still hung up on the impractical sense. I guess it wouldn't be for... It would be like more of like a social thing to have them be more human. Or more organic, I mean. Noble androids. He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... too frail. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the chest, or the rock to the cheek, I can't read. It's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Yes. Okay. Two things here, but oh wait, hang on. Oh, that was the article that I just read. You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily, alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about daily leaks. ... And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper, I'll give him that. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Rios' desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single note of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack, or is she really that uptight and boring? Question mark. Both, maybe. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You have been granted access to state files regarding case KL 433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences, so the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. C. It's case sensitive. C. Thank you. Link. Alright, if I project from my phone... By the way, did I mess up? Could I have asked them questions and I just forgot to? Or I couldn't click on them? Or it was a skill issue? Augmented reality crime scene. Alright, let's see what the police have and what they think is important. Well, maybe the body on the floor. The victim's body. ... Cause of death. Ballistic trauma, class 4 blood loss. Atrium and aorta. I know how to say words. Single gunshot wound to the heart and brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter forensics and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Mirror? A stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered, far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Where was this mirror attached to? So this is like a window, right? Gun! The murder weapon, a revolver found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Face? Seems like this face got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and... whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Flag is irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? Oh, but did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Let me... Oh. The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand. How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters. NSAIDs and triprexane, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. Generalized it, like what? Just like itching in general? Autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker is everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. But not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get started. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? You know, let me check over IoT. Oh, Internet of Things. One of the coolest ways that IoT improvises our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Oh, that wasn't just a... crumbs? Small packets containing your own unique identifying information throughout your day as your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment, and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. What the heck? Crumbs lets you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default! Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Oh, okay. And we have evidence. Ooh, ARCS data. Debris question mark? Pill organizer. Are surprisingly difficult to open. Okay. Wait. Where did shit go? Oh my god. So chips, are they just representing how much evidence you have, some kind of currency? It's my credit, so kind of a currency, but also kind of like a little point total. Like little points. Um, autopsy report. Same handiwork as previous 5 lab. Message to confirm ballistics match 2. Okay. Said mirror was a low-tech furnishing with no digital components. It with enough force to scatter and okay. Revolver. Okay. Yeah, so this is 17 is our credit chip total. Okay, who the hell's messaging me? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Currently texting with Brat. Red... What? Couldn't wait until morning. Good news, of fucking course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Oh no, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and fishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps. Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps, even though I said I had a stomachache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid thing is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines, old-fashioned murder like Cardi B is like quaint. Oh, is that what? Okay. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job, lol? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause, probe nose work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know, they give literature homework. They give you know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing, lol. You should go to bed, friend. Tomorrow's Sunday, I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the carpe diem shit? It's nearly 4 AM, kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Shit. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it? Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Oh, okay. androids and cops. Or maybe I should have gone down the... Oh well. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff.
It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade?
I thought that there'd at least be a few androids around. Or... oh man, hold on. Who has school at 7 a.m.? I did. High school. And no Charmony Dove. No. Well, there haven't been any birds or bird metaphors yet, so. At 7 a.m.? Yeah. I had early bird gym, so I woke up earlier during high school. Okay, anyway. Could just become a dog. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly, they're the biggest
robotics corps there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow.
Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping, at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those worm androids.
Worm? Ugh. Might as well call it the adult line.
Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Yet, really. Any day now. Yet? You really think that'll happen? We already used ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big of a stretch to me.
You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us?
With your warm personality, I can't imagine.
A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions. You gotta be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice, loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list.
Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already got all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too.
The police union wouldn't let that happen.
She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Okay. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already, I really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree? That's increasingly rare, to say the least.
It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder.
Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him?
5 times. And that makes him insane.
Shut up. I was going to go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think that this was premeditated?
How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up?
Warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer chose his victims at random. If they have nothing in common... Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins. What? The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You're really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from the portrait, but I can take the hint. So, you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly he went out and shot 5 other women first. Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits? Then you put the shoe on the... Huh? Which, Sunshine, means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto... outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me. For I have personal experience with killing girlfriends. Timeline. Can you shut up? Timeline. I saw the time of death was 9 PM on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed, thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 PM. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. But things go quiet sometime before 9 PM. Then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Oh, okay. That's the... So it is a robot. Time of death was 9 o'clock. He was arrested at 9:50. Maybe. He lollygagged. I don't know. Heard enough. Okay. Right. Emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 PM. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 PM, establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 PM. And then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. At which point they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, You did say his hand, singular? Your client's modded cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here?
Registered with a HOW 85 habilis, industrial grade, looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change?
No, it's not that. It's just fuck. Your eye must be very sensitive to you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you had just for a 14-year-old's sense of fashion.
You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable?
I actually thought the same thing the first time we met.
You what?
But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money's got tight. Arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance he'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan of his after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54, 6-chambered, 10mm. Calver? How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yeah, 24/7 location data, time-stamped trigger pulls, safeties coded to owner's biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes?
How else do you think he'd have gotten away with it this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably...
Yeah, no.
If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in.
So then, M54, that's model year 2054. A 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-dagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be... Stop. The ammunition... Ammunition would have to be over 30 years old too. The novelty of this weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good.
Archives department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with.
Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks...
We know that they were all fired by the same gun.
It's not as plug-and-play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber. Without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... Mm. To summarize, then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend. And then he retrieved this weapon and shot her.
Yeah, pretty much.
How did he look when the officers found him?
Guilty.
How was his effect?
Quiet. Detached. Stiff.
Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. But what about, like, I don't know, what, he argued with his girlfriend and then murdered her? But if he was practicing murdering on 5 people before doing the real thing to his girlfriend, or like 5 people similar to his girlfriend, like, wouldn't he already be planning to kill her? Oh yeah. Oh, flat. Our client. Carlos Flat, July 8th. 189. Charged, first degree homicide, criminal record, civil disturbance ×2, no charges. Registered at birth, modifications industrial class 4, known affiliates pending, psychedelic pending. Flat's coat. The coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial test showed blood on the left sleeve matches that of the victim. Okay. Revolver. Oh yeah. Caliber M54 6-chamber 10mm revolver. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like that's why, like, you know, if our client isn't the one who did it, you know, that would also be, like, it would be advantageous for us since this gun is so old it doesn't track, like, the users. Or I forget how they explained it, but like it doesn't track the users like how new guns do, you know. So it could have changed owners, and like no one would have realized. Because other than fingerprints, I feel like there's, you know, nothing else. Fingerprints left hand with 99.91% accuracy. Rifling marks match bullets. Rifling marks match the bullets with a 99.98 to 99.989% certainty. That's fucking... No matches to any other archive for the thing as far as back as 2051. They said his arm's been in the shop for a while. Is it his dominant arm as in the one he'd shoot with? What are these sig figs? Suspect's prosthetic. A Howe Industries Habilis 2085 mechanical limb. Boasts an impressive combination of grip strength, dexterity, low cost of maintenance. The sex of it and its sister products went a long way towards security. Okay, sure. But yeah, it said it's been in the shop for a while. It said his dominant arm in the relationship with. I wonder. I don't know. Do prosthetics have fingerprints? His fingerprints are on the gun. But if he shot with a prosthetic, does the prosthetic leave fingerprints? Warm prosthetics. Ew, no. That's just unwind. The victim, Diane Dawn, was a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Perigee Laboratories, found shot through the heart in the bedroom of the apartment she shares with the prime suspect, Carlos Flat. No known connection with previous HK victims. Okay. First, net scrubbing. Sourcing all available data. For evidence of a crime, an increasingly common technique for police departments. Okay. Right. While the brute force work is performed by automated dependents, experienced human supervisors must establish strict search constraints in order to produce usable results. Interest in the practice spiked when Senator Bancroft positioned it as a key pillar of his party's law and order platform. The pollings indicated voters rarely held a strong opinion of the process, and the topic has faded from political discourse. Mods, body modification, aka mods, is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. Okay. Seen throughout history's modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression, or identity to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological movements. Okay. So this is the same universe as model employee, because I remember the prosthetic mods being a thing in that game. Okay. What are you whatting me for? Mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at. Thoracic, lumbar, or cervical, but this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems, but so far none have gained much traction. Users also frequently search for, can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants 2086. Okay. Digital autopsy. Law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentication on, and investigating all of the deceased individuals' online profiles. Oh, okay. Commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. Ah, yes, your social media account, your search history, your likes, your retweets. Widely utilized practice has been scrutinized and privacy associated, but many victims' families will lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts, argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead people. Attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their own accounts are wiped by the state process. Grave cobbling. How to stop stolen identity. How to delete dead profile. Calvert. Oh, the gun. A manufacturer of civilian firearms from 2031 to 2062, when it was bought out by Thortech, an acquisitions group specializing in security and national defense, now a subsidiary of the Lockwood Defense Corporation. Though no guns have borne the Calvert branding since production halted in 2060, the once iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071 Q2 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales, before being discontinued in 2071 Q3 for failing to increase in-game item sales. Okay. I would get a mod that lets me pour energy drinks straight to my brain state. You could just mod the brain, then. You don't need to... Get your very own Fortnite cover, IRL. Unexpected Fortnite collab. Okay, heartbreak. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story.
Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read.
It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with...
We know what he's gotten away with.
I mean, like, all those women who were into true crime dramas, they've had nothing to eat these past few decades. Take a look around us, detective. National DNA Registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen, violent crime at an all-time low, and clearance rate at all-time highs.
But you gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy?
No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need to see someone charged. And that makes him predictable.
Okay, I guess that's one way to put it.
All the murders have been within this last few weeks, and his arm's been in the shop for a few weeks, right? Yeah, that's also what I thought too. Like, did he have like a different arm? Your Honor, the arm did the crime, not me. I don't know.
Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details.
That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get.
But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place.
And why's that?
Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system.
Oh boy. How's that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once?
You think we'd have let him let him kill 6 people if we did? Talking is hard, and so is apparently investigating or avoiding cameras.
I understand your concern, ma'am, but optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt.
It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent.
One would hope so. Fat chance, deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see.
But those windows of opportunity are small. In short, taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning.
They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times in locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be a coincidence. Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed?
Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment.
Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There had been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics? Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until
now.
Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. The only reason we caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So, was my client on the list of suspects before tonight?
Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects.
We questioned some X's, a few CIs, someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came out of it. There was talk about starting some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come out of that. There's just not enough there to work with.
In other words, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think?
You think he carries around a spare arm like a tire? Yeah. It says opt-in crime surveillance system. Like, is everyone just automatically opted in? Or do you have to what do you mean opt-in? Partnership program between the state and private enterprises that allows for free sharing of surveillance and security data to better promote and preserve public safety. Allows users to search through and collate footage from a city of tens of millions in just a few simple keystrokes. Frequently cited in the state reports as one of the most effective tools for reducing crime. And footage from optics often serves as key evidence in criminal proceedings. Okay. See people versus Erewhon. These are also frequently searched for public safety measures in my area, daily security level. Heartbreak killer. We've encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there, looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Until authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how we can cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Awesome. Opt in for the private enterprises. Yeah. Not us regular people. Like, what if I want to opt out of security cameras? I just won't show up on them. I think lawyer school search their clients. I mean, probably. Why not? Hang on. I'm gonna cough real loud for a sec. Okay. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think?
Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt.
And why is that?
Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk.
Well, that's unexpected. I'm sorry. You're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of the line. Oh, to get to the front of that line.
Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints.
There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first. But I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. Didn't I handwrite this confession because it was written with a right dominant arm? His right arm was in. My god. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact.
Well, got a spin on that.
No need.
But it's a confession.
Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation.
Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky.
Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger.
He's killed 6 women.
None of them were redheads. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching from the feed right outside. We'll be watching from the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah. My armor is practically blinding.
Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle.
Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime, if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right?
Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. It saves the court a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful toward the Heartbreak Killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life.
3:35 a.m., June 5th, 2086. I know, almost 2 hours. It's fine. Do 3 question marks. The man of the hour? Ugh.
It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover, but this shouldn't take all night.
What are you? Look, I already told you people.
I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it.
Actually, you're kind of close.
I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you.
Yeah, well, they said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here. Kept repeating the whole ride over. They said they were gonna help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. And they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side, and they thought that I could've,
It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions.
The police already
questioned you, I'm sure, but they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client.
Okay. So, what do you want to know? He's gonna be left-hand dominant. You mean right hand? Oh, right. I wanted to. Oh, the note. Right. Okay. Virtual work release. Due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Gillay, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Oh. Okay. What was that again? Hang on. Left because he wouldn't leave such a messy note. Wondering what was the okay, right, I remember the context now. Okay. And wait, did I do what I was supposed to do? I wanted to save again. All right, about you. Let's start simple, something mundane, grounded. Wrote, I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, What line of work are you in?
I'm with city engineering. Or I was. Or I should be.
As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackout using data he stole from work.
My arm. I got it slotted for the job. And
Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I do? So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty utilitarian. I mean, right? Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod.
really?
Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out, a whole career path of promotions and bonuses, and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate.
That sucks.
I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye, test of water. I never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit canned, so now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit.
The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed, but I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment.
I worked at the tighter spaces, the high volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know?
He's speaking freely now. No need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy, you must be under a lot of pressure, yeah. Because that's the big... What was... Because they're closing the subways. So it's like the only public transport, right? You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off.
Damn straight. This crap was long? Long? I don't fucking know. One word got out that the case against him was real. Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving.
No room for engineering?
Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups.
He's trying very hard to not look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos?
Yeah, that. Rejection issues, starting last month.
Oh?
A lot of sleepless nights.
Rejection? Did the therapy not take?
It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything.
Then do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars?
Not in the way you're thinking.
Hmm?
I'm right-handed.
God damn, so he is right-handed. Okay. It's happening. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving?
Never thought I'd go on so long. I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small. Trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix.
But the problem got bigger.
Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line.
Where did you turn it in?
Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't.
Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer.
Hell no. I'd found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting it, not owning.
The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. Oh, that sucks.
And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again.
You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself? Just in the meantime? Just in the meantime?
I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight.
Hindi? How Industries? As you recall, he's registered with one of their Habilis models.
If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, I forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm, and I'd never work in the city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for someone now that no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that loans in deep hot shit.
You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain?
Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything.
Oh. What, so is that pill case yours?
Arm-shaped attached to me.
Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this?
What they gave me is a deadweight, 3-jointed landfill bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's a very shitty feeling, having the part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits. It's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead.
So, were you wearing it when you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested?
No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gotten too far.
So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Spring-loaded arms so I can shoot at people like Baymax. Bro. Rocket fist. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other?
Alright. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends, always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. I guess I never actually asked her out a real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly, saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics, focused her studies on agriculture.
It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense.
Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out of the gate. Practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her. Unlike... it was a real ass job. Paid real ass money too.
So her career was starting to pan out. red as yours has fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired?
Pedigree? No, Pedigree Laboratory, or Perigee Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella.
That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need one client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns that mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Has she adjusted well to her new job?
Yeah, they loved having her there.
She never mentioned arguments or disputes? Corporate politics getting rough?
I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her.
It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll just have to disprove their argument entirely. Question mark. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful.
It was?
Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight.
Oh.
Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important.
Alright, Miss,
Morgan.
I'll try, Morgan.
When you're ready.
We were arguing. We have been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working. I haven't been making money. I haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say...
The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.?
8? Yeah, it must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed the line and we both knew it, so I left.
You left?
Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was...
Did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics?
No. I kinda stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me.
With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit?
No, not even a vending machine.
Not even damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate.
I just wanted some quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cam's probably... What is it?
Oh, she told him? Oh no. Maybe. If it plays out like Ace Attorney, it might be.
Optics was what? Can that even happen?
And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning, you've got no alibi.
This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't...
Carlos, I'm the person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with.
Right.
Now, you said you left to clear your head. So, what made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was, but it was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point I must have started running because when I got back I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't.
You live on the. Sorry. You live on the first floor, right?
Yeah, first floor apartments, a street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in, like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was. The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was. I called her name, she didn't move. I checked her pulse, and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw.
The gun.
It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real.
Is that why you picked it up?
What? Pick it up. I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it.
Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially. For me, it's always easy to spot a lie, but it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of all evidence by checking your phone. Hey, heads up! go look at all the stuff that's updated. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. Okay. He shouldn't have said, I told you I'm left-handed. He's actually left-handed. Okay. I mean, we kind of already know, but yeah. Luck poor, student debt sizable. Oh, okay, it's properly updated. Civil engineer canopy, air sports worn shoes, firm beds, cabs musical, dislikes cabs, musicals, and cashews. Favorite flowers, a poppy. Okay. Interesting. Oh, phantom pain. Has become more widely experienced and understood as a result of the spread of body modification movement. Debate over whether the modder scene has increased or decreased public empathy for amputees and the disabled remains conscientious. Did you mean phantom visions? Phantom visions are caused by faulty installation on cybernetic eye mods, resulting in periodic electrical discharge across the retina. Schedule a consultation immediately if you suspect this applies to you. Users also frequently search for my mod hurts, mod or itching, is my arm haunted? Mod therapy. Okay. Even minor viral tuning may be employed to modify the body's immune response, but improvements made in recent years in medically sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of the patients that require such treatment. Hindi, How Industries. World leader in the research, development, manufacturing, and fitting of cybernetic prosthetics. And fitting of cybernetic for commercial and private use. And we're hiring. We're seeking motivated and passionate archivists, programmers, salespeople, and college graduates with degrees in digital archaeology, cybernetic and anatomy, and more. Not interested in sponsored search results. See further with a premium account. Okay. Flats rental. Ah, how Industries Bronzier 2081 prosthetic limb. An affordable model, customers frequently cite issues with finger articulation and quick movements. Record shows Carlos photos provided this model while his hapless is being repaired, but he claims to rarely wear it. In police custody. Last prosthetic. Okay. Submitted 5 weeks ago at a partnered prosthetic adjustment clinic. Average waitlist duration of 40 business days due to user reported sensitivity issues. Okay, you did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know because of your prints. It is a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun.
What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just...
Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun?
That explains how his prints got on the gun, but not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun.
So stupid. I know what a gun looks like, but seeing it in my own home, right in front of...
You were in shock, Carlos. You still are.
The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said, but things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect.
Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight.
What? Physical? We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did?
They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume?
What is it?
I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene.
Oh.
It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so...
Right. It's just that...
It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details.
Okay. Let me see it.
Take your time. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
Dot dot dot. Alright. I think I've got it.
That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place.
Alright.
I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind.
I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me.
I see. Like so?
Masterpiece.
What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up.
It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR.
Well, I suppose that works too. This is the Ace Attorney. Fast forward to 2085, a 3-day court system well in place. I mean, Ace Attorney takes place in the future, so by all means. But it was like the future for like 2001 or something. Well, maybe not 2001, but like 2006. This is like the future for like 2024. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering.
I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos.
Right.
Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk.
Letter? What do you mean?
I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession.
A confession? But this is just a note to self.
Pardon?
Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her.
Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them.
That's... I broke her fidget tubbies.
Her what now? Her what? Her what?
Her...
Oh no. Sorry, the music genre changing.
They're fidget tubbies. They're these collectible ceramic character things.
Oh no. This fucking Labubu's. Of course there's blind box collectibles in the future. What the fuck are you talking about, she? Those will never die. Gambling lives forever.
They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters.
Conversation starters?
She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or a garage sale, but they meant a lot to her.
At least it wasn't a Labubu. It's close enough.
And I broke them. I mean, I was busy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. I got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room. That cheap, dusty, worthless.
Okay, let's say he did break her frigid duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession from the heartbreak killings anyway.
I didn't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so...
Oh, that's what the broken ceramic mess is. Oh. Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Wait. Might as well check the phone. Flat statement. So, state of crime. Mirror was upright. That clock was on the wall. I don't remember seeing the clock, Loki. Chair knocked over, bed got tossed. Cushions torn. But we also didn't investigate a bed, so I don't know. Carlos discarded it in frustration after smashing the victim's collectibles and hasn't worn it since. Fidget tubbies. Collectible and fragile ceramic conversation starters. The victim's personal collection was pulverized by Carlos Flat's replacement prosthetic arm the morning of the murder. Evidently an acquired taste. But, like, yeah, it's probably this, right? Ceramic debris. Flag is irrelevant. What you really shouldn't have said was, I hate all your fidget tubbies. No. He's like, I think your fidget tubbies are stupid and a waste of money. Are you further? I don't... Look. Sometimes I turn my head, and that has an effect. Alright, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you.
What? That's it?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Although, before I do that, I do have to ask. What do you know about the Heartbreak Killer?
Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge. Or everybody's on edge. A guy like that out there, he shoots people through the heart, right?
The police, the police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So, unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. Okay.
I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything, does it?
If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m., June 5th, 2086.
I didn't realize you could smoke in here.
Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. Smoking in a non-smoking area. Was that $3,000?
I guess so.
Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock.
Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this.
No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though.
Oh.
Why does everyone think the first time is so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas.
Oh. And, what areas are those?
You ever gamble, Carlos?
No, ma'am. I've never gone anywhere near loot boxes. I won't touch that stuff. Won't touch the stuff.
I meant more like playing cards.
Oh. Well then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck.
Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you've dealt nothing but... Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun.
Okay, so, do you have a good poker face?
I'd like to think so.
And are you lucky?
Only when the stakes are high.
And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker. And the state's the dealer?
If only. No, the state's more like the house.
You mean, like, the house always wins?
Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there, and we're down here. That's why they're the house.
So, what do we do?
We play the cards we're dealt, as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually, someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave.
That doesn't sound very triumphant. That sounds like they're being arrested.
The house always wins. So, our definition of victory is more like, don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me.
So that's the strategy. What's up?
You know how there's a saying about gamblers with strategies?
Yo, ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA.
Already, she must be new. Oh my god, what the fuck is this paragraph? Poker Face by Lady Gaga starts playing. This morning, while she's out at work, Axton breaks her tummies. He writes a note to apologize for when she gets back. She returns, he starts, but she's had a bad day and starts going off. She says, fine, I'll just get replacements. He says she can't because they're struggling with money. She says, but they're precious to her. He says they're a waste of money to leaves. I like how you wrap this whole thing up with the ceramic tummies. What the fuck? Okay. Alrighty, she must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here.
Right. What she said.
You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing.
I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have our client's written confession.
His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay, we'll
be happy to.
The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table.
It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint by numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment, with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that?
Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got the weapons to answer everything. To answer anything they try and throw at me.
Well,
my client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for analyze the facts as they're laid out, then review the responses in your hand. Select the card that best answers the argument and place it into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point you're answering. Ooh. He wrote a confession! Doge Prince. Ooh. Debris. Ceramic crap near western window. Murder weapon linked to 5 other crimes. Flat's fingerprints. Okay. Well, I mean, the ceramic crap. What? Wait. Oh. He was simply apologizing for this.
The hell is that?
I found myself asking that exact same question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene. This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right? Pure non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data, yeah.
What's non-GMO?
Not much these days.
Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's a scene of a murder.
Full of busted shit for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room.
Hell's that?
Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from when the vase got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh? Because that vase... It was fake! It wasn't there! It's not damaged. Not possible for that debris to have come from the vase. Because that vase is still pristine.
How's that
possible?
What?
The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it! The one time I tried and thrift shop on my own.
But so what? What does it even matter?
If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over.
You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming?
Not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget attack.
Fidget tubbies.
What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident, and this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that?
We're taking this seriously?
as much as as much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right?
What are you on about? The entire room is trash, as the arcs clearly show. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle too. You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down?
Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. Oh, his arm? Because he took it off after... Wait. Like, he took the arm off, and that's why the handwriting is so shit on this. Because it was his non-dominant hand. They broke during the shooting. Should I click these? Yeah, might as well try. Wait, how do I even do this? Replace. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody.
Huh?
One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem.
It's fidget tubbies.
Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it.
Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy?
Overjoyed, because even the cheap arms got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. It says the rental hadn't been used since the AM.
Whose side are you on, old man?
It's gotten pretty late, Sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded?
Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You're correct. They held no monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what?
So what?
After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos... He's sensitive. He's an engineer, so he has shit handwriting. No, sorry. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yeah, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something?
So the reason why the note looks like asylum wall scribbles
is because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics. Your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet.
Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now, let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it.
That's right. That coat is...
What, you gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small?
She's trying to bait me, in her typical low-key fashion. As arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. Oh boy. She must have something, no sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, detective?
I'm just curious. What'll be next? You're gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small?
Oh. What is this? Hello? He doesn't wear an extra small. What? Yeah, I guess I can only click stay. Where's my tutorials? It's the what is that? I don't play poker, but what's the hand motion for checking? Or, yeah, checking or calling? I forgot the double tap. Anyway.
Gee, Carlos, do you?
No.
Yeah, sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention?
There's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not.
Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime?
To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now, without hard evidence. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good thing. I can't prove a third party, or I can prove a third party. No, I can't. I have no evidence of a third person at this time.
Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming.
It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart.
Hey.
But not illegal either.
And that's all. He had her blood all over his clothes.
Yes, he did.
Right.
Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way?
The lab finished with them a while ago.
What are you getting at?
It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me?
You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway.
Go to Las Vegas and not know. People go to Las Vegas to not gamble all the time. What the heck? Yeah. I feel like that's like the biggest, like, what the heck? Really? The heartbreak killer type of thing. It was like you committed 5 murders without being caught at all. And all of a sudden the 6th one, for some reason, you get caught immediately. Like, he's just unlucky. Right? Super red-handed. But yeah.
Stinks of bullshit in here anyway.
Here, I thought the room smelled like... Morgan, what are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. So doesn't that, like, make me look really bad?
Just relax, Carlos.
I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you.
Really?
Really. Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of?
Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket, fresh from the lab. So, what's your angle? You're gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce?
No, that would be silly. She actually thought it over. So, what the hell's your point? Oh, I think I fucked up his things.
Hey,
Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune.
what good fortune.
You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proving your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old world, pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter.
Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense?
Sense happens to be the key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can. Loki, Morgan? Don't know what you're talking about this time. Smell. Well, you can smell on the coat with your nose. Feel with your hands. See on the coat with your eyes. Oh, are you saying like it got burned a little? Damn, blood on sleeves matches of Vignanian. No under details of any forensic significance found. No, as in like like when you shoot a gun. Wait, I don't know. Wait, maybe it's not here. Maybe I need to skim, like... No? Yeah, I thought it was like gunpowder residue. Well, there's nothing on the coat autopsy report. Probably from smell, maybe? Wait, let me... just in case. Okay. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell.
I don't smell anything except dried blood.
Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of... cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket. If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder.
What about gunpowder?
Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time.
You can't be more than a few years older than me.
But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder is weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring, and when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence.
Hell she's talking about, London.
Modern firearms, like the ones we carry, use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue.
Gunpowder residue.
You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces, but a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days.
So then his coat.
If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it.
Whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her. Or he changed his clothes.
That's not possible. But it would be pretty pointless.
Huh?
His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. As soon as possible.
Oh,
They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. But that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun. I'll admit, things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message? ...
Huh.
wait. Did they actually manage to find it? ...
Something you'd like to share, Detective Rios?
You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you.
Thanks.
But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting, and right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer.
Wanna bet? Photo of the shooter? If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. She must have something. She must be bluffing. No, she probably has something since... I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting?
Sure, there was. But this isn't from optics.
Oh, ow, ow, no, my credits! My credits! Sorry. Good thing I held my tongue, as I thought. My credits, and it was literally just one credit. Nice. It was the scripted credit loss. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means...
Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this.
The fuck? Well... Okay, the quality is lacking. And yeah, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, but the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... Well, it's a little bit... blurry.
Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone.
Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on.
So we managed to get the shot through the window.
Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted. So compressed it looks like it's from another century.
There are tools that could enhance
this image any further, and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you can kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. By the way, doesn't seem like our client's leaving this police station anytime soon.
that photo. What the hell is happening to me?
I think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know has And who do we know had their left hand fingerprints all over that gun?
You're referring to my client.
You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight, so he must have shot with his left.
Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. Left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test.
Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words?
Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DN on the phone's owner and ask them where...
Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway.
Oh wait, but he's the... the clock, right? No, but like the... what is it? The... oh fuck. No! Hang on. Huh? Oh. The clock's on this wall, right? Crime scene map. I don't know where the clock is because low-key, I didn't really examine it. But when Flat was describing it to us, it was here. That clock was on the wall. Chair knocked over, bed house cushions torn. I don't remember a clock on the wall when we were walked in. I'm guessing maybe the clock wasn't by the door like that. But I'm not sure. I don't know. I think the time is right. It's just maybe the clock positioning was off. Front entrance of the apartment faces to the south.
The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window.
So... north this way. Oh, okay, peeking in this way, and this was the door. From the north. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the...
It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window.
If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. She's right, the photo was taken from the north. She's wrong, the photo was taken from the west. No, the photo's probably right. Or like the direction the photo is taking. It's probably right. But I'm gonna save anyway. Right, from the north. No, because that would mean... Something the matter, counselor? Sorry, just thinking things through.
Right, so law school was mostly take-home tests, I'm guessing.
Ow. Now's not the time for hesitation. I need to speak up and take back the momentum. Damn, never mind. This photo can't have been taken from the north.
What are you talking about?
Am I really that petty? We only lost 1 credit. Am I really that petty? Yes, I am. Okay. Yes, of course. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative.
The hell you mean this was taken from the west?
The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your official ARCS data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting.
And?
You can now raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Answer wrong and you'll lose more credit, but answer correctly and you can bank up more credit for trickier hands down the line. Yes! Gambling! And altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window. As long as you consider hang on. Let me photo and then a clock. Something like that. Anyway. Yes! Max! Oh wait, you can't see it! No! But there's like a heart here. Yeah. Just take one look at the clock in that photo.
The clock? What about it?
The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I can pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Oh, so many ships. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that.
So then what the hell are you on about?
There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock.
9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that?
There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room?
What?
Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. Okay, I'm not crazy.
That makes sense.
You wouldn't recall seeing a clock, because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor.
And?
The only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so.
What the hell is that supposed to be?
An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct.
If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the ARCs?
And show you my hand. Just because discovery law compels us to share info, doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. Okay. The clock is there. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it.
Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall, when it would have been knocked down during the fighting.
You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Which is totally a thing that I know. The room was trashed before the shooting. Okay. No, that shouldn't be right. Oh, shards fell onto the victim. Ceramic crap. No, the vase is a cheap, durable ceramic. It wouldn't have broken. But the glass, since the glass fell onto the victim's body, that means that before the victim died, the mirror must have been intact. So, anyway, Max! I'm gonna get so rich. Ready, ready, ready.
Glass shards. What about them?
Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body and not under it.
If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean
That she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed.
that's...
That doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards?
That's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane and not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes?
Other crime scenes?
No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So, what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom?
That this was personal, and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens.
Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened.
So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have the photo right here.
I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence.
Huh?
Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos.
Like hell it can't.
The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Also, looking at this now, doesn't he have 2 arms?
Did this shit. That's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people.
You're a very honest person, detective.
Excuse me?
That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards too easily. Fuck, you played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo.
What?
What we're seeing is... This is a photo of the shooter. The victim. Wait. No. Stop. I think you need to shut up. How about you take your conspiracy theory and shove it somewhere else? Okay. Bathroom. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Sorry, it's freaking out. But that doesn't disprove if it's a photo of the shooter. If it was a reflection. Oh wait, if it was a reflection, then he would have been using his right hand. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Oh. Okay, I mean, come on, it's too good not to be true. Okay.
What is that? You trying to glass the...
Crying, sobbing.
What is that? You trying the glass shards again?
Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? The clock does read 9 p.m. though. Yeah. I mean, that matches what everyone has said, that the murder happened at 9. Yes, where did the glass shards come from?
Yeah, sure. They came from a...
From a standing mirror. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window.
But then that would mean...
At that angle, from that viewpoint, Hi, welcome. If you want a summary of what's happening, Saru's message does it quite well. At that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So, we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And, as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So, I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad it was recovered. Because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Rios really is a novice gambler. It was... Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Rios.
That's one word for it.
Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary... Oh my god. My client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing that said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm. Oh,
He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one.
a little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. Oh my god. That's the best you got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it to a clinic, which would have left a record of his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and the 100 meters around it minimum. So, where, Detective Rios, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? That's a lot of chips. Well? Any objections? Detective?
God. Damn it.
Whoa, fold. GG's all around. But if it is reflected, then the clock reads 3 o'clock. No, only the person was reflected. Since in that picture, it was basically the mirror on the wall and the clock next to it. So like the mirror was like the sort of, it created like that box of light around the figure, which looked like a door, if that makes sense. Don't want me. What the fuck? Oh wait, you literally said that. Oh my god. I'm blind. Sorry, I can't read. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Show me your hand flat. You're uncuffing me? Oh my god. In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you.
Now I gotta call. Fuck. I can't even read anymore. Now I gotta go call the DA. And tell her I made a mistake.
Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid. You should know. Dot, dot, dot. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah.
That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward.
Sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor. What happens now?
I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact.
Yay? But what am I supposed to do?
The detectives will continue their investigation.
Their investigation into heartbreak, huh?
Yeah. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements.
No, that's not what I... Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore.
People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean.
I can't make sense of it. So, what am I supposed to do?
Hell if I know. There are some contacts I can give you. Services, professionals, doctors.
No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you.
You're welcome, Carlos. But it's my job to...
No, I mean, thank you for not asking.
Huh?
For not asking if I killed her.
Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all, don't.
I was scared of this. I was scared of this.
The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Roche, I don't know how to say this word, test with singular universal meaning, vitality, at its climax.
bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. 8:59 p.m., June 4th, 2086. Rorschach, thank you. Dot dot dot. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash. But cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend coming back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey! Yeah, did you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. People aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I don't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except, there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. Just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them, not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything? I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration, and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Ugh. Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. And all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm not sure what... fuck. Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times, or whatever. Me, I killed those peoples because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air is weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. A heavy foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. Dealers. Oh my god. No. Oh yeah. And when she was talking about the worst case scenario with the picture, where it's like worst case scenario, uh-oh. Fucked up. A year later, or were we 2086 the whole time? I think we were. Honestly, I know we were 2080 something, but it's probably not a year later.
Sorry, using my left is still.
That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning.
Okay. Where else?
Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals, maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. Oh. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here and there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell the gunpowder myself. Oh. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously, everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' feelings from the best seat in the house? That's just a bonus. Psychopath? No. Okay, and it's also been 2086 the whole time. Great.
Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too.
Funny. I didn't even know her name. Something the matter?
No, sorry. It's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So, when she died...
Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground.
No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me.
Dot, dot, dot. Okay, hold on. Let me actually save here, because... We actually don't have evidence, though. But it unlocked! I must have something! To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself.
What is it?
Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it. Oh, because she was... Right. Oh my god, I totally forgot.
What is that? Where did you find that?
That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexone prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky claps too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all the time. All the time. Whoa, you can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway. "5:01 a.m., June 5th, 2086. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why? Why did I even bother? Because I told you to! Ooh! It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though, there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody, there's no more bullets left. There won't be a seventh victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever... Found you. District Attorney Rockford.
Hello. Sorry. Can I try that again? I'm so fried.
By all means.
Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together.
Thank you.
I don't get it. How do you sleep at night?
Pardon?
Do you do white noise, aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it.
God. I might have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the smartest person. Oh, fuck. She's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has a remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read. Bro.
Should I buy a new mattress?
What if they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma?
Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you.
Me?
Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case.
Well then, you must have been relieved, finding out that you wouldn't have to go to trial against me.
No? Why would I be worried about going up against you?
It's always the unintended barbs with her. So, you're working with those detectives.
Yeah, London and the new girl, Rias. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial.
Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious.
I guess I gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little.
It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Rias told you they had HK in custody, and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here?
Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all.
Oh? Oh?
I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that outsmarted the state for weeks?
She's not using his middle name.
He was found with a murder weapon.
But I can answer that any number of ways. It could have been Flat. Oh. Oh, is it like any of these would work? That may be true, but
then I glanced at the report.
You glanced at it?
No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes.
Right.
Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about, his dominant arm modded with documented sensitivity issues, never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints.
She got all that from a glance.
But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out to the minute you walked in here.
Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic.
Yeah, of course. It couldn't have been him.
Huh?
Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile.
Profile?
Yeah, right, sorry. You've probably never heard of it.
I know what a goddamn profile is.
Profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence of their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much needed to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera.
Or before they even leave the house.
I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it.
Sure. So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique?
The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew the victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower the victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of reoccurring themes in their stories.
Detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you?
That he's diligent, almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized. and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm.
It's weird to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time.
A lone wolf. Educated, but
All her playfully lethal instinct is coming to life.
probably overqualified or undervalued.
Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor, I would be the...
Know what I mean?
Definitely.
And considering the marksmanship,
I thought Emma was gonna end the whole thing like, kind of like you.
and considering the marksmanship,
The detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean Heartbreak's in law enforcement? I was worried about the whole, oh my gosh, we're playing as the killer type of deal. But it really started scratching my brain, I feel like, when they mentioned, they're like, oh, like the fact that the security cameras go down at like a scheduled time or something. Like that sort of information you have to be in law or like whatever in order to know about it. You know, like it can't just be any guy. So it's like, oh man. Well, I mean, we're surrounded by Okay. So does that mean Heartbreak's in law enforcement?
never in a 10 billion years.
Oh. Never mind.
Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying to a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation.
Right, that's exactly how I'd put it.
There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary? These types can't help but insert themselves.
Insert themselves? I do not I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait,
If HK's not a cop,
how did they know about the blackout thing?
crime meta-statistics analysis, probably.
Pardon?
Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips and... Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to.
Oh, I guess that is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Dexter Morgan of Dexter. I don't know if I know that Morgan. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon.
He didn't lose it, he chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can just do fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills.
Were there other shootings with the same MO?
No, not that I've found.
Other victims that fit the description?
No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people.
What did they say? Brown hair, brown eyes, like Emma? A serial killer who does autopsy for the Oh! Okay. A blood splatter analyst. Okay.
They also look like a lot of people.
That's true.
Hell, they kind of look like me.
Dot. Do they?
Sure. What, you don't see it?
I hadn't thought about it.
Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer.
You've got something catchier in mind?
I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills, guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection.
That's hard to wrap your head around.
I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up,
A mistake?
exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed.
Are you talking about the crime scene?
Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right?
Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing.
On the contrary,
I don't follow.
this was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum.
You make them sound like a child.
Childish and cowardly and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win.
Your profile told you... your profile tell you all that?
That? No. That part's just... takes one to know one.
Huh. So, to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type.
In a city with an 8-digit population.
Well, good luck!
I don't need luck. I only need more information.
Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources.
No, Morgan. I need more crime scenes.
Oh.
Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is that they keep piling up bodies.
Not a very fair trade, is it?
No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil.
Oh my god, it's like the name of the game. Fair enough.
Woof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid, in detail, and derailed. I need to get out more sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. You think a higher thread count would help?
Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom.
Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So, no hard feelings, yeah?
No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you?
Don't tempt me.
If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture. I won't even take a picture. I don't know why I said it like that.
Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats.
Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, and never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Wow, we made it! Sounds murder is almost unheard of in this day and age. If she's been murdered for something she's not caught, she's mentioned in jail. Oh yeah. Unheard of unsolved murders and rape. Oh, okay. God damn it. Okay. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun.
嘿，我。 Hey, whoa.
Which means you're gonna be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. Wait, did it launch me into chapter 2 immediately? Or is this just a preview? Or not chapter 2, sorry, chapter 1. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Accidentally inspired people. Getting one over on the stage. And by getting one over, she means murder. Shush. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust him more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really. Educational, too. I think you can stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Oh, okay, it is a little preview. Hooray! And he shall appear. Oh, right, that was the name of the chapter 0, right? What? Hello? Wait. To be continued in... Hello? You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney. We're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything. I wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after, too. Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. So that's not just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Compared to the determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. A breath of fresh air. No, this is like a little preview thing, isn't it? The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. And when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Wow. Oh, I think this might be launching me into chapter 1. Oh, okay, this is... This is? Oh, wait. Oh, no! Episode 0 results! Okay, great! Stop! No, look! 2 article, 6 profile, 18 key term, 17 pieces of evidence. Damn, 36 credit. Let's fucking go. Okay. Congratulations. You finished episode 0 with 36 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You also have a total of 36 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you've finished this episode. Oh my god. Okay, wait. I need to where do I go? Throw a save. Oh, Emma's here. February 13th. No weight either. Okay. O plus 165. Okay, assistant district attorney. Likes coffee, toffee, hot couture. Dislikes sunburn, dead pixels, eye strain. Eggs Benedict. Plays chess, shogi, idol, savant, stars. Cat person, yes. Heartbreak. Favorite dish, mapo tofu. Cannot carry a tune. Oh, I guess we're just listed. Oh, no. Morgan's still listed as Morgan. Oh no, it is slightly different. Hobby batting cages. Mapo tofu cannot carry a tune. Whereas talent, coffee, drink. Okay. Oh wait, no, this is different too, isn't it? Like, also smoking wooden furniture, jogging. Likes high places, gambling, guns. Dislikes noisy people, mud, headphones. Oh wait, criminal instead of criminal defense attorney. Oh. Oh my god. Truly the power of commas. State builds its trust with people by catching someone breathe wrong. In exchange, the populace doesn't get any privacy, proves that the system doesn't work. Well, yes. Though, I don't know. That security camera thing is kind of crazy. That there's just like a blank. There's like a gap in their monitoring, I guess. But, well, I mean, I guess a common person wouldn't know about it. Only someone as crazy as Emma would have, like, the idea to try and figure it out, what the outage is. Oh, right, I wanted to point out that, like, like, I know it's advertised as, like, really similar to Ace Attorney, but it is pretty, like, in structure. Not in like the actual scenario is like very different, but in structure it feels kind of similar. Not like the poker stuff, but like how do I say this? Like it feels like if it follows the Ace Attorney structure, there's always a overarching villain in every Ace Attorney game, or like that, like, you know, and at some point in the cases there would be like a backstory case where they go over like a case that happened in the past that like explains more of the overarching villain's plans, you know. And like I guess in this, can you stop saying what? In this case, that overarching villain in quotes would be Heartbreak. But like I don't know if they would follow that sort of story. Yeah. This case would be Emma. She's hunting you down. Yeah. Well, the question then becomes, do we want Emma to hunt us down, or like essentially, like, is the good ending in quotes us getting away with all the crimes, or us being convicted of the crimes, because we are the bad guy here. So I mean, like, yeah, we are the bad guy. I would let her hunt. Okay. All right, and also the poker metaphors have me crying. Have me screaming and creaming. Okay. The like having the evidence show up as like cards, and using essentially the poker terminology. Shut up. It's like, I don't know, it tickled the right parts of my brain. And I think it fits a lot for a character like Morgan. I don't know. Fixture of cyberpunk media that no one ever really wins. Yeah, maybe I haven't read enough cyberpunk stuff. But like, you know, endings well, they don't have to be satisfying. They have to be conclusive in a way. Right? Like you can't be like and the heartbreak killer kept on killing and they kept on going into infinity. Like I don't know. Like you can't like there has to be like a conclusion is what I'm thinking. Having us lose the final case of our owners would be fitting but potentially dissatisfying. Yeah. It would also, unless some major character development happens where it's like, I don't know, Morgan becomes less emotion less meticulous, less perfectionist, less odd. You know? Like unless like something changes about her, I can't see that ever happening. You can't really beat the house. Yeah. Oh, that's true. But that's the thing. It's like if it ends with Morgan losing, but like Morgan I don't know. Oh, Okay. Yeah. I can see a situation where it's like, because I feel like even Morgan knows with all that surveillance and stuff, at some point she would get caught, right? Like it's impossible to keep going and not get found out ever, right? If you take that sentence of not being able to beat the house into account. So at some point in time, Morgan will get caught and like lose, essentially, in quotes. But maybe it would be in a way where it's like I don't know. Like I feel like that loss would be like it I don't know. It would be unsatisfying. Card shark. New Android buddy. Profiling. Did you mean profile how to delete, profile filtering? Trying to get your dating profile just right can be a full-time job. Let Valentine take the reign with our automated, secure, and confidential tools to put your better than best foot forward and put the sexy back into finding the right match. Not just... Okay, great. Thanks. Gamble. Did you mean how to start gambling? How to bet sports on phone? A gambler with a system must be to an insane... Oh, fuck. I can't read. A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. That is true. Have you seen gacha rituals? We defeat the house of Yu-Gi-Oh! Staking it all in a card game. A children's card game. Although Android also mentioned that its father, creator, had some connection to Morgan. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I feel like, you know, like the story is to learn more about Morgan. Bringing a lot of money. Yeah. That's true. But I don't know. If Emma's like a prosecutor and she works in favor of the state, isn't she like... Isn't she technically part of the house then? She's not really fighting against it, at least not that we know right now. She's just doing her job. Okay. Are we gonna 11:23? Are we gonna end this stream here, or should I finger point left, finger point right? Oh, I should spend the money. You're right. You're right. Though part of me is like, what if I save all my monies? Morgan always loses to Emma, but maybe it's because Morgan is representing her own crimes and feels just enough to not be suspicious. No, I feel like she loses in general. Cause there are other crimes that happen outside of Morgan's. And what was it? And she's, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if it's true either. But like she did mention to Flat that it was like her first time taking on a homicide case or something. But then again, I don't know if that was really true or not. Yeah. Charmless. Subconscious murderous rage toward people that look Emma like Emma. Yeah, right. Like, oh my god! Yeah! Oh, I can wait, can I? Yeah! Why would you ask that of the devil? Oh, they have the fidget tubbies. Oh my god. Okay. Hooray! Wow! This is so cute. Dude, can phones bring back the little notch that they add here for charms? Please. I can't find a case that has this anymore. Phones don't have it on themselves. And also, there's no good way to attach like a loop here unless you start, I don't know, drilling into stuff. I want it back on like the corner and not like just on like a ring in the back or under my outlet. Just drill your own hole. My god. Let's call it for night. Okay. What if I end this stream and then start again? Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll be responsible. I'll be normal. Yippee! Yippee! Oh my god. Wow, Morgan, is that a bottle of... Me too. Okay. Alright. Okay, bye. Well, actually, if I actually stop, if I don't manage, because I won't be able to get to episode 2 then. Yeah, chapter 1 would be tomorrow. But then I can't stream on Wednesday, What if I turn Thursday into episode 2 instead of working on stuff? Hmm. Right? Because I would like to play all of it within uh the same time frame. I know chapter 1 is long, but that's fine. I've played through all of Coffee Talk in one stream before. I can do a 7-hour chapter in one stream. It's okay. How important is working on stuff? Not very important, actually. Gotta start extra early. Yeah, revised. We start actually starting around the same time that I did for this stream. So like basically an hour earlier. Seems fine. Yeah. I'll yell about it. It's okay. And wow, if you follow me on Twitch, the notification will go off and you'll just know. When you get home. It's like you'd only miss the first part. Okay, alright, bye! No, don't talk about my itch.